I am Edward Kenway, and tonight the Jackdaw rests on a calm Caribbean sea. The crew is asleep below, the charts are rolled, and nothing stirs but the creak of timber and the lantern's glow. Outside, the moon lays a silver road across the water to a distant harbor. Let the ship hold you steady, and let the quiet carry you into sleep. The Jackdaw rests at anchor in the quiet cove of Great Inagua. The night is calm, the sea a dark mirror under a sky thick with stars. I stand alone on the quarterdeck, my hands resting on the worn wood of the rail. The crew is asleep below, their snores a distant murmur. There is no wind, no urgency, just the slow breath of the ship and the memory of all that brought me here. I think of Caroline often on nights like this, not the Caroline I left behind, but the one I promised to return to. A man of fortune, a man of standing. That promise was the compass of my early life, though it led me into storms I could not have imagined. Tonight, my mind drifts back to the beginning, to the moment I first stepped away from her and toward a destiny I did not choose, but could not escape. I remember the morning I left Wales. I remember the small cottage in Swansea, the damp that clung to the walls, and the way the wind rattled the windows, even in summer. The roof leaked when the rain came hard off the hills, and we had little to our name but a few pieces of furniture and the clothes on our backs. Carolyn stood by the hearth, her hands wrapped in a woolen shawl, watching me with those steady eyes that always seemed to see right through my bluster. I was pacing, my boots heavy on the stone floor, my mind already at sea. Carolyn reminded me that I might be gone for years for no more than a chance at gold. Her voice was calm, but I heard the fear beneath it. She knew how often the sea took more than it gave, and how many widows were left to carry the cost. I insisted that I was leaving for us, for a life better than the one our empty rooms seemed to promise. The war with Spain meant privateers were needed, and I believed fortune belonged to a man bold enough to seize it. She looked at me with love and doubt. She believed in me, I think, more than I believed in myself, but she also knew my pride and impatience. She asked what would remain for her if I failed to return, if the gold was never there, or the sea proved stronger than my promise. I answered with certainty I had not earned. I promised to return with enough for a solid roof, a warm fire, and a life that would make her proud. My pride would not let me admit that failure would leave us far worse than before. She did not answer. She just looked at me, and in that look I saw a sadness that I chose to ignore. I kissed her, a quick press of lips, and walked out into the gray morning. The last I saw of her was her silhouette in the doorway, the shawl pulled tight around her shoulders. I did not look back. I was too full of my own ambition. I found work first as a privateer and then as a pirate, always telling myself that the next prize would be the fortune I had promised Caroline. Sugar, rum, and silver passed through my hands, yet I remained the same hungry man. I learned to read weather, rigging, and fear. I also learned how quickly a lawful commission could become an excuse for taking whatever floated beneath another flag. In 1715, our pirate ship sighted another vessel off Cape Bonavista. A storm was gathering, but neither captain wished to yield. We attacked through black rain and cannon smoke. The sea made little distinction between hunter and prey. both ships were broken, and I reached the island with wreckage washing around me. Another survivor moved along the beach ahead. He wore white robes and carried weapons unlike a common sailor's. I did not yet know his name. I only knew that when he saw me, he raised a pistol. The powder failed in the wet. He turned and fled inland, injured but quick, and I followed because he had spoken of reaching Havana and of a reward waiting there. The chase ended among the palms and stone. He fought because he believed I would take what he carried. He was right. When Duncan Walpole lay dead, I searched him and found a letter meant for Governor Laureano Torres in Havana. The letter promised payment for maps, information, and objects Walpole intended to deliver. It revealed enough for me to understand that his hosts had never met him in person. That was the opportunity. I did not know the assassins, the Templars, the Sage, or the Observatory. I saw only a dead man whose identity opened a door to gold. I took his robes, his weapons, and his sealed business, then practiced his name until it sounded almost natural in my mouth. I looked down at his body, my breath ragged, my hands shaking. I had killed before, but never a man who had trusted me, even for a moment. I told myself it was survival. I told myself he would have done the same. But the truth was simpler and uglier. I wanted what he had. I took his robes, still stained with salt and blood. I took the hidden blade and strapped it to my own wrist. I took the letter, addressed to Governor Torres, and I read it. It spoke of a meeting, of information about a place called the Observatory, and of a man known as the Sage. I did not understand any of it, but I understood the promise of reward. On the island, I also found Stede Bono, a merchant whose vessel and crew had been seized by soldiers. I helped him recover his ship, and he carried me to Havana. Stede was trusting, curious, and entirely unsuited to the danger he admired. I used his help without telling him the truth. By the time the harbor towers rose before us, I had begun to feel the shape of my stolen identity. Havana was a blaze of color and noise after the island. I walked its streets in Walpole's robes, the hidden blade cold against my forearm. I was an imposter, but every guard who stepped aside made the disguise feel more powerful. Stede helped me find the governor's residence, never understanding that the man he vouched for had taken his name and clothes from a corpse. With Bonnet's help, I found my way to the governor's residence. It was a grand building of stone and iron, guarded by soldiers in polished armor. I presented Walpole's letter at the gate, and I was admitted without question. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of cedar. Laureano Torres received me in a large hall, surrounded by men who watched with careful, measuring eyes. Torres was a man of refinement. He spoke with measured courtesy, but his gaze was sharp. He accepted me as Walpole and treated the information I carried as valuable to his cause. He introduced the other men as associates in the Templar Order, including Woodes Rogers and the arms dealer Julian Ducasse. They believed I was one of their own. Torres spoke of a man called the Sage, a figure who appeared through history with the same face and knowledge tied to an ancient civilization. The Sage knew the location of the observatory. Torres described a device that could see through the eyes of any person whose blood it possessed. He imagined it ending secrecy and allowing the Templars to impose order upon nations. The captive Sage made the promise concrete. Bartholomew Roberts did not look like a key to an ancient machine. He looked like a man measuring every guard, doorway, and weakness around him. Torres and his allies treated him as property whose knowledge could be forced into service. Roberts watched them with the patience of someone who expected their control to fail. I should have recognized the danger in that room. The Templars wanted the observatory because surveillance could turn uncertainty into obedience. Roberts wanted freedom from every faction seeking to use him. I wanted to stand between them long enough to steal the reward. Each of us looked at the others as instruments rather than people. When violence and confusion broke the order Torres had arranged, Roberts slipped beyond their grasp. His escape did not end the hunt. It made every participant more determined. Torres had revealed enough that I could no longer return to ordinary prizes without imagining the greater secret moving somewhere beyond the harbor. The maps and blood vials I delivered also had consequences I chose not to examine. They were not merely items in an exchange. They connected the Templars to assassin positions and to a method of finding people who believed themselves hidden. My ignorance before the meeting ended the moment Torres explained their purpose. Continuing after that point was a choice. Yet I converted every warning into evidence that the prize must be valuable. If secret orders fought over the observatory, then surely a pirate who reached it first could name any price. I imagined buying safety for Caroline without asking how many strangers would lose theirs if the device changed hands. The men around him nodded, their faces alight with the promise of power. But I heard only one thing: a treasure beyond any gold. If I could find this observatory, I could sell its secret to the highest bidder. Kings would pay fortunes. Emperors would empty their treasuries. I could return to Caroline with a wealth that would make my earlier promises seem like the dreams of a child. I did not care about their Templar order or their ancient war. I did not care about their philosophy of order and control. I cared about the prize. So I smiled and agreed to help them. I accepted their coin and their trust, and I began to plan how I would take the observatory for myself. They gave me money, a room in a fine inn, and access to their network. For the first time in my life, I had wealth and respect. But it was all built on a lie. That night, I climbed to the rooftop of a building overlooking Torres's mansion. The city spread out below me, a maze of shadows and lantern light. In the courtyard, guards patrolled with muskets and swords, their footsteps echoing on the stone. I wore the robes of an assassin, but I was no true believer. I was a thief in a game of empires, a privateer who had stumbled into a war that stretched back centuries. The money I had earned was real, but so was the danger. One wrong word, one slip of the mask, and I would be dead. I stood there, paused, not running for once. I thought of Caroline, of the promise I had made. Was this the path to keeping it? Or had I strayed so far that I could never find my way back? The knowledge of the observatory burned in my mind, a fire that made ordinary treasure seem like cold ash. I had started as a privateer chasing respect, and now I held a secret that could change the world. But I did not yet understand the price. The night wind stirred the hood of my stolen robes, and I felt the weight of the hidden blade against my wrist. Below me, the Templars plotted in their halls, believing I was their ally. Somewhere out in the world, the sage walked, carrying the key to a power I could barely comprehend. And I, Edward Kenway, was caught between them, a man with a false name and a true greed. I stayed on that rooftop for a long time, watching the guards and the stars. The quiet of the night reminded me of another quiet, the stillness of the cottage in Wales before I left. But that life seemed very far away now, a shore I had sailed from and could not see on the horizon. The Jackdaw creaks softly as the tide shifts. I blink, and the rooftop in Havana fades. I am back on my ship, in the cove of Great Inagua. The stars are the same stars I watched that night, but everything else has changed. I have the Jackdaw now, and a crew, and a purpose. But the memory of that choice, the moment I put on a dead man's robes, stays with me. It was the first step on a road I am still walking. The deck of the Jackdaw barely moves tonight. Great Inagua's cove holds her in still water, and the only sound is the occasional creak of timber settling against the gentle nudge of the tide. I sit with my back to the mainmast, a cup of watered rum gone lukewarm beside my knee, and I let my eyes trace the familiar lines of her rigging against the stars. She has carried me through storms and broadsides, past reefs and betrayals, and she is still here. I am still here. That fact alone feels heavier some nights than any anger. My hand rests on the planks of the quarterdeck stair. The wood is smooth from years of boots and bare feet, but underneath my palm I can still feel the grain of the first deck I ever stood on as her captain. Not this deck, the other one, the brig that started everything. The memory rises without invitation, sharp and whole. I woke to the taste of iron and bilge. My impersonation in Havana had earned me Templar coin, but it had also drawn me into the hunt for the sage. When that affair collapsed and the Spanish treasure fleet prepared to sail, I found myself chained among prisoners beneath one of its decks. The stolen robes and Governor Torres's payment could not open an iron shackle. Men from a dozen crews lay in the dark, some wounded, others silent with the particular stillness of those who had given up. I was not silent. I tested every link of my chains, every plank, every guard's routine. Desperation is a kind of fuel, and I burned it hot. The man chained beside me spoke after he had measured the guards, the hatches, and the rhythm of the fleet. His voice was low and unhurried. He warned that I would exhaust myself before finding a way through the chains. In the slivers of moonlight through the grating, I could make out a tall man with broad shoulders and a shaved head, his posture straight despite captivity. He introduced himself as Adewale and recognized that I knew ships. He had already identified a brig near the galleon with a smaller crew. If the prisoners rose together, he believed it could be taken. I looked around at men who were half-starved and beaten and doubted they could stand. Adewale answered that they needed a reason. That was the moment. Not the escape itself, but the choice Adewale laid before me. I could have slipped my own chains. I had already worked a link loose, and a man alone might find a gap in the guard's attention. But he was asking me to risk my one chance on men I did not know, men who might slow me down or raise an alarm. He was asking me to be something other than a survivor. I looked at the other prisoners, wounded sailors and captives from ships scattered across the fleet. They were not a crew. They were wreckage. But wreckage can still float. I worked my chain free and stood. I chose to help give them that reason. What followed was a coordinated surge of desperate men, given one clear purpose. Adewale had studied the guards and the movement above us. I knew the layout of ships. Together, we moved through the lower decks, freeing prisoners compartment by compartment and taking whatever tools could serve as weapons. By the time the alarm sounded, freed prisoners were pouring onto the weather deck. The Spanish crew fought, but they were not prepared for captives who had nothing left to lose and one clear path to freedom. Adewale helped turn the chaos into a boarding party as we crossed toward the brig. When I finally jumped to the brig's deck, the Spanish colors were already coming down. Adewale stood at the helm, one hand on the wheel, the other holding a cutlass he had taken from a fallen officer. He looked at me, breathing hard, and something passed between us that did not need words. We had done this together. Neither of us could have done it alone. The freed men gathered on deck, a ragged assembly from many ships and nations. They were not a crew yet. They were a question. I walked to the quarterdeck and offered them a free ship under no king's colors. Anyone who wished to leave at landfall could do so. Anyone who stayed would share in prizes under articles agreed by the crew. A murmur moved through the crowd. The Welsh brothers looked at each other. The carpenter nodded. Adewale asked what we would call the free ship. I looked at the black sails still furled on the yards, at the dark water below, at the men who had been nothing and were now something. A name rose from some old corner of my mind, a bird I had watched as a boy in Swansea, clever and bold and unafraid to steal from larger creatures. I named her Jackdaw. Adewale repeated the name and approved of its clever bird. I asked him to become quartermaster, to read the crew's mood and speak truth to the captain. He considered the men, the brig, and the open sea before agreeing. He also made clear that he would hold me to the articles and to the crew's rights. I gave him my word. The freed sailors raised the black sails as the last light bled from the sky. I stood on that unfamiliar quarterdeck with Adewale beside me, and I watched the canvas catch the evening wind. The Jackdaw moved forward into the darkening sea, and I felt something I had not felt since leaving Bristol, the solid weight of purpose under my feet. Nassau was not what I expected. When we reached Nassau, word of a new brig with black sails traveled quickly through the harbor. The first man to greet us was Edward Thatch. He was larger than life in every sense, a bear of a man with a thick black beard that he had twisted into fuses and set alight with slow matches during battle, so that smoke wreathed his face like a demon's mask. I learned later that the fuses were more theater than threat, but the theater worked. Men spoke his name in whispers from Havana to Port Royal. He waded out to our longboat and welcomed another captain to the Republic with the force and theater that made his reputation larger than the man. The Republic he spoke of was a sprawling, half-built settlement of tents and driftwood shacks, and a single stone tavern that served as the unofficial capital. Pirates from a dozen nations walked the beach, mending sails and caulking hulls and arguing over shares. It was chaos, but it was a chaos with a pulse. Men who had been pressed into navies or sold into indenture or simply crushed by the weight of the old world had come here to build something else. Thatch introduced me to the men who held the place together. Benjamin Hornigold was a former privateer like myself, older and more measured, with the weary eyes of a man who had seen too many good plans unravel. He spoke of the Republic not as a grand ideal, but as a practical problem. Hornigold argued that a settlement governed only by agreement still needed practical order. Without it, every grievance could become a feud. and Nassau would destroy itself before the Spanish needed to act. Charles Vane laughed at that. Younger, lean, and sharp-edged, he treated order as another word for chains, and believed the men had come to Nassau to escape commands. Hornigold distinguished freedom from tyranny, from freedom from every obligation to others. The argument was clearly an old one between them. I sat and listened, feeling the shape of the division that ran through Nassau like a crack in foundation stone. Half the captains wanted a society with rules and mutual defense. The other half wanted no rules at all, only the open sea and the next prize. Calico Jack Rackham sat at the edge of the conversation, drinking quietly and watching the others with a small, private smile. He was a dandy in calico prints and a carefully trimmed beard, and he seemed more interested in the theater of piracy than its substance. Beside him, Anne Bonny leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. She was young, fierce-eyed, and she did not smile at all. When she spoke, her voice cut through the tavern noise like a blade. Anne observed that the men discussed freedom as if it were a possession rather than something practiced through difficult choices. Vane bristled. Hornigold looked tired. Thatch laughed and called for more rum. But Anne's words stayed with me longer than any of the others. I did not yet understand why. The months that followed were a blur of salt and gunpowder and growing wealth. The Jackdaw took prize after prize, merchantmen and sloops and even a French corvette that had underestimated our speed. I upgraded her guns, reinforced her hull, added a ram that could punch through oak planking like a fist through paper. Adewale managed the crew with a steady hand, and the men trusted him in a way they did not yet trust me. I was the captain, but he was the conscience of the ship. I did not mind. I was too busy chasing the thing I thought would make us safe. Gold. Enough gold to buy supplies, to bribe officials, to fortify Nassau against the inevitable Spanish reprisal. I believed, with the simple certainty of a young man who has never been proven wrong, that freedom could be secured by taking enough from the men who would deny it to us. Every prize we brought into the harbor was another plank in the wall I was building around the Republic. Thatch understood the showmanship of power. He blockaded Charlestown for medicine, and the audacity made colonial governors tremble. But he also understood that fear was a currency that spent quickly. In quieter moments, he acknowledged that no reputation could frighten the world forever, because the authorities would eventually return with more ships than the pirates had cannon. Hornigold saw the same horizon, but drew a different conclusion. He began to speak openly of the king's pardon, of the possibility that men like us might return to lawful life if we surrendered our arms and swore allegiance. The younger captains called him a coward. I did not. I saw a man who had calculated the odds and found them unbearable. Vane called the pardon talk treason and threatened to burn any ship that sailed for it. Anne Bonny watched the fracture widen with those sharp, knowing eyes. Jack Rackham preened and schemed and contributed nothing of substance to any debate. And I sailed out again and again, bringing back more gold, believing that enough gold could paper over every crack. The crack did not close. I stand now on the Jackdaw's quarterdeck, the real Jackdaw, strengthened through years of prizes and repairs. The stars over Great Inagua are the same stars I saw when Adewale and I watched the black sails rise, and I thought I had found the answer. I had found an answer. It was just not the whole answer. Adewale is below, sleeping. He is still my quartermaster, still my friend, still the man who holds me to my word. But I have seen him watching the Republic fray, and I know he sees what I am only beginning to understand. Freedom taken by force must be kept by something more than a force. And gold cannot buy what we are trying to build. It can only buy time. The sea is calm tonight. The ship is quiet. But in my memory, the black sails are still rising, and I am still standing beside the man who taught me that freedom is not a solo endeavor. That lesson was the first one. The others came harder, and they are still coming. I set down the cup and let the night settle around me. The jackdaw holds me, as she always has, and I wait for the next memory to find its shape. The jackdaw rests at anchor in the sheltered bay of Great Inagua, her hull barely stirring in the night tide. The crew has gone ashore, and I sit alone on the quarterdeck, listening to the distant murmur of the jungle. On such quiet nights, my thoughts often turn to the choices that brought me here, and to the warnings I received, but failed to heed. One memory rises above the rest. The day I met James Kidd, and the path that led me to a stone sanctuary where I first saw the cost of my ambition. I first knew Mary Red as James Kidd. We met among the pirates of Nassau, where Kidd seemed younger than most captains, and far more observant. Later, at Great Inagua, Kidd led me through the jungle to a Mayan stone, and watched me solve its mechanism by following the strange shimmer I had always seen around people and objects. Kidd called it a gift. I called it useful. In the tunnels beneath the old manor, we found maps showing assassin bureaus across the Caribbean. I recognized them. They were copies of the charts Duncan Walpole had carried, the same information I had delivered to Torres while wearing his robes. What I had treated as harmless paper had exposed real people to Templar attack. Kidd did not let me hide behind ignorance. I had taken the money, and consequences had followed. Kidd told me to come to Tulum if I truly wanted to understand the observatory and the war surrounding it. Weeks later, I sailed to the coast of Mexico. No one escorted me through friendly gates. The assassins remembered Walpole's betrayal and my part in completing it. I had to make my way through their guarded territory before Kidd brought me before their mentor, Tabai. At the central platform stood Tabai, the mentor. His face was weathered by sun and grief, and his eyes held a calm that felt more dangerous than any shouted threat. He did not greet me. He descended the steps slowly, his gaze fixed on the robes I wore. Around us, other assassins gathered, their silence heavy with judgment. Tabai's anger needed no invention. Walpole had betrayed the Brotherhood, and I had completed his delivery for money. Yet Kidd believed my unusual sight could identify the sage. Tabai permitted us to enter a Mayan ruin, where images of earlier sages confirmed that the captive I had seen in Havana, Bartholomew Roberts, carried the same face. As we moved through the ruin, Kidd explained the creed. I seized upon its words about nothing being true and everything being permitted, hearing in them permission to live without masters. Kidd corrected me. Freedom without wisdom was merely appetite. The assassins did not use the creed to excuse whatever they desired. They accepted responsibility for the consequences of choice. We emerged to find the sanctuary attacked by slave traders. Assassins and members of my own crew had been captured. This was not a Grand Templar invasion staged for my enlightenment. It was a cruel raid by men who saw human beings as cargo. I freed the prisoners because they were my crew, because Kid had trusted me, and because even then there were lines I could not watch another man cross. Atabai acknowledged what I had done, but one rescue did not erase the blood caused by Walpole's maps. I was exiled from Tulum. The lesson remained incomplete. I could act bravely when danger stood before me and still refuse responsibility for the chain of choices that had brought danger there. The truth of James Kidd came later in Kingston, while we pursued the slaver Lawrence Prince and sought a path to Roberts. Kidd revealed herself as Mary Red because secrecy had become impossible between us. Her disguise was not a trick played for drama. It was armor in a world that denied women the freedom she had claimed at sea and within the Brotherhood. Mary wanted Roberts kept from Torres and the observatory protected. Adewale urged me to give what we knew to the assassins. I wanted Roberts for myself. The sage was the key to a device that could locate any person through a sample of blood, and I still imagined its secret as a fortune, great enough to justify every betrayal along the way. Kingston gave that argument a human shape. Lawrence Prince had built his wealth by buying and selling lives. To me, at first, he was also a link in a chain that led to Roberts. Mary saw the chain differently. The people held by Prince were not clues. Their freedom was the purpose. She was willing to risk the trail to the observatory if it meant ending the slaver's work. I tried to separate the two goals. I told myself I could help Mary remove Prince and still reach Roberts before Torres did. That was how I handled every moral demand in those years. I converted it into a bargain that allowed my ambition to survive. I would do one decent thing, then take the reward I had wanted all along. We entered the plantation through separate paths. I watched guards patrol gardens built by forced labor and saw fine rooms furnished by suffering kept out of sight. Mary moved with the certainty of someone who had already decided what mattered. I moved with one eye on Prince and the other searching for the sage. Prince fell, but the victory did not deliver Roberts to either of us. The sage appeared on his own terms, took Mary hostage, and escaped. He had no intention of becoming a prize passed between Templars, assassins, or pirates. Every faction wanted something from him, and he understood that wanting made us predictable. For a while, Roberts vanished back into the Caribbean. His absence should have freed me from the chase. Instead, it sharpened it. I studied reports, questioned captains, and followed rumors from harbor to harbor. Each failed lead became proof that the next one must succeed. The Jackdaw's crew saw their captain turning every voyage toward a secret that promised them nothing certain. Adewale never denied my authority, but he forced me to hear what command sounded like from the deck below. Men had joined a free ship, not a private obsession. They would fight for shares, for one another, and for the right to choose their course. They had not voted to spend their lives pursuing a man who might lead us to a machine. None of us understood. That challenge angered me because it was faithful to the very freedom I claimed to defend. A pirate captain could not praise consent in Nassau and resent it aboard his own ship. Yet I kept trying to make my desire sound like the crew's future. I spoke of riches beyond Spanish treasure, of safety bought forever, of a great Inagua no governor could threaten. The words were grand enough to conceal that I wanted the observatory because I could not bear another man possessing what I had failed to seize. Mary's warning returned whenever the sea grew quiet. She had explained that the creed did not erase consequence. Nothing being true did not mean that facts, promises, or lives were meaningless. Everything being permitted did not mean every act was wise. It meant that no command from a king, church, or secret order could carry the burden of one's choice. The person who acted still owned what followed. That idea was harder than obedience. If Torres ordered a cruel act, he could call it service to order. If a pirate seized what he wanted, he could call it freedom. The creed stripped away both excuses. It asked what a choice did to other people and whether the chooser was willing to carry that result. I understood the argument well enough to repeat it. Understanding did not make me ready to live by it. Carolyn was still the name I used when I needed my greed to sound like devotion. I imagined returning to her with an impossible fortune, and never asked whether the man returning would be the one she had wanted. I treated the future as a court that would pardon anything if I arrived carrying enough gold. Roberts eventually returned as a pirate captain with ambitions of his own. He did not preach Templar order or assassin restraint. He believed in taking advantage of the world before it took advantage of him. That made him familiar. When he offered cooperation, I recognized the same bargain I had offered others. Trust me only until the prize is within reach. I knew he would betray me if betrayal became useful. He knew the same of me. Still, I accepted, because confidence had long been my substitute for judgment. I believed I could stand beside a man who trusted no one and be the exception. Mary had seen more clearly. Roberts did not need to deceive me about his nature. He only needed to let my hunger do the deceiving. I listened to them both, and I understood the choice they laid before me. I could stay, earn the trust of the assassins, learn their creed, and fight for something larger than myself. Or I could chase the observatory, seize its power, and buy the independence I had always craved. The right path was clear, but the pull of the wrong one was stronger. I thought of the wealth, the security, the freedom to never bow to any man again. I told myself I could handle Roberts, that I could use him as I had used others. I told myself that once I had the observatory, I could make amends, that I could even help the assassins from a position of strength. I knew they were right. I knew the path I was choosing was the wrong one, but the thought of the observatory, of its power, was like a fire in my chest. I could not let it go. I told myself I would make it right later, after I had what I wanted. It was a lie I clung to, because the truth was too hard to face. I heard their counsel, but I did not take it. When Roberts finally offered a course toward the observatory, I accepted the bargain and ordered the Jackdaw onward. Mary and Adeboile had made the danger plain. I felt the first cold touch of regret before we had even reached the prize, but I pushed it aside. The observatory was waiting, and I would not be denied. Now, on this quiet night, with the Jackdaw rocking gently at anchor, I think back to that moment under the stone arches, with Atabai's eyes on me and Mary's words in my ears. She gave me the warning I needed, and I heard it, but I did not listen. I understood the moral choice in front of me, but I delayed making it. I chose the promise of the observatory over the trust of my friends, and that choice set in motion everything that followed. The later I promised myself never came, or came too late, and the price of that decision is still being paid. I carry the weight of it even now in the silence before dawn. On the quietest nights, memory does not arrive as a storm. It comes as a change in the weight of the air, a pressure behind the eyes, and suddenly a man is no longer standing where his boots are planted. He is back in Nassau, watching a dream discover that it has enemies outside its walls and weaknesses within them. We had spoken of Nassau as if naming a free republic could make one real. We had no king there, no governor we respected, and no admiral whose flag could command us. That was the boast. The harder truth was that we had no shared answer for what freedom required after the rum was gone, and the prizes became scarce. Edward Thatch understood fear. Benjamin Hornigold understood order. Charles Vane understood defiance. I understood how to take a ship and make her mine. None of us understood how to build something that could survive men who wanted different futures. Woodes Rogers understood that weakness before we did. He did not need to defeat every pirate at sea. He only needed to offer each man a separate bargain, a pardon for the tired, a commission for the practical, a rope for anyone who refused both. The promise sounded merciful when spoken from a clean coat in a shaded room, but mercy backed by warships has another name. Hornigold listened because he had counted the powder, the food, and the men willing to keep watch after another poor season. He had helped make Nassau possible, and he believed that gave him the right to decide when the experiment had failed. When he spoke of accepting the king's pardon, he did not sound frightened. That would have been easier to forgive. He sounded reasonable. I told him reason was a fine word for surrender. He told me pride was a fine word for leading other men toward a grave. Neither of us raised a weapon. We did not need to. The distance between us had already become wider than the harbor. Hornigold looked at me as a man might look at his younger self, with irritation and a trace of pity. I looked at him and saw every authority I had crossed an ocean to escape. We had once believed the same flag meant the same purpose. Rogers taught us that a flag could not hold men together after their reasons divided. The pardon did more than divide captains. It changed the meaning of every familiar face in Nassau. A man who accepted could return wearing a lawful coat and hunt the people who had once shared his table. A man who refused could call every compromise betrayal while offering no plan for food, medicine, or defense. Rogers turned uncertainty into a weapon and let us use it against one another. Charles Vane answered pressure with fury. Defiance had carried him through battles, but it could not build trust. When a crew depends on a captain's anger, everyone waits for the day that anger turns inward. Jack Rackham wanted the appearance of command without its weight. Anne Bonny saw both men clearly before I did. She understood that rejecting a king did not automatically make a man worthy of following. I kept the Jackdaw moving between those fractures. At sea, decisions felt simpler. A sail on the horizon was threat or opportunity. A reef could be charted. A damaged mast could be repaired. On land, freedom required patience with people whose fears and interests did not match my own. I preferred problems a cannon could answer. Great Inagua became my proof that I was building rather than merely taking. We repaired the old manor, opened docks, and made room for people who needed shelter from governors and slavers. Yet even there, my motives remained divided. It was a refuge, but it was also a place to store prizes and launch the next hunt. I could point to every wall and call it responsibility while leaving others to carry the daily work. Adewale carried more of that work than I admitted. He settled disputes, heard complaints, and reminded the crew of the articles under which they had chosen to sail. He understood that equality written on paper survives only when someone protects it during hunger, fear, and disagreement. I admired his steadiness while repeatedly asking him to spend it cleaning the wake of my impulses. The difference between us became impossible to ignore. I wanted enough power that no one could constrain my freedom. Adewale wanted structures that kept one person's freedom from consuming another's. We had escaped the Spanish fleet together, but escape had taught us different lessons. I remembered taking command. He remembered prisoners becoming a crew because they acted for one another. By the time Hornigold chose the pardon and Thatch considered retirement, our pirate republic was already ending in the choices of its members. Rogers brought ships and authority, but he did not create every weakness he exploited. That truth offended me because it meant the ruin could not be blamed entirely on an outside enemy. We had demanded freedom without agreeing on what we owed one another after winning it. Thatch would not accept the pardon. Blackbeard had made himself too large for polite surrender. Yet the man behind the smoke and burning fuses was more tired than the legend allowed. He had frightened crews into yielding because a surrendered ship cost fewer lives than a desperate one. The theater had always served a purpose. By the time Rogers arrived, the theater had become a cage. Every officer wanted the honor of being the man who ended Blackbeard. Thatch spoke of leaving the life. For once I believed him. He had begun to look beyond the next prize and toward a place where his name might finally stop arriving before him. I should have listened more carefully. Instead, I was still measuring every conversation against the observatory. I had learned enough to believe it could show any person, anywhere in the world. I imagined what kings would pay for such knowledge. I imagined what I could build with that fortune: a protected Nassau, a stronger Great Inagua, a future no navy could take from us. Mary Red had already told me that a tool which could find any person was not merely treasure. Adewale had asked who would be free if one man possessed the power to watch all others. I answered them with plans, because plans are useful shelters when a man does not want to hear a question. Then word came that Thatch had been found. I reached him amid smoke, torn canvas, and the confusion of men who knew a famous name was about to become history. There is no kindness in remembering the exact movements of a battle, so I will not give those moments more life than they deserve. I remember instead the instant after. The world did not stop. The sea continued lifting the wreckage. Orders were still given. Men still searched for ropes and boats. The legend was gone, and the morning behaved as if nothing impossible had happened. That was the lesson I refused to accept. Courage could not preserve the age. Reputation could not protect the man inside it. Thatch had made himself into a warning large enough to be seen across the Caribbean, and the new order came for him anyway. Vane answered Thatch's death by pushing harder against every limit. Grief became suspicion, and suspicion became command. We pursued a slave ship because its cargo and course promised leverage, but every disagreement aboard Vane's vessel widened the anger between captain and crew. Rackham watched for the moment when fear of Vane became stronger than fear of mutiny. The mutiny came without the heroic shape pirate songs prefer. Men simply chose the side that seemed more likely to keep them alive. Rackham took the Jackdaw and left Vane and me on an island with little more than our quarrel. The ship I called mine vanished because I had placed her within reach of men whose loyalty I had treated as permanent. Stranded with Vane, I watched Defiance lose its last connection to freedom. He could not accept that his crew had chosen against him. Every sound became proof of pursuit. Every disagreement became betrayal. The man who had rejected all authority now tried to rule a world reduced to 2 people through fear alone. I did not want to kill him. I wanted to leave the island and recover the Jackdaw. Yet Vane could no longer imagine another person acting without becoming his enemy. Our struggle ended with him alive, but broken, and I escaped carrying another warning I would not fully understand until later. A man can flee every master and still become enslaved to sorrow, pride, or fear. The Jackdaw returned to me because Adewale and Mary had done the work my ambition repeatedly took for granted. They found the ship after Rackham squandered his command. When I stepped onto her deck again, I wanted to call it a captain reclaiming what was his. The truer story was that friends had preserved a shared home, while the captain chased courses that endangered it. Rackham's brief victory revealed what appearance without responsibility becomes. He had wanted the captain's coat, the flag, and the recognition. He had not wanted the patient labor of holding a crew together. Vane had wanted freedom without restraint. Hornigold wanted safety, even if it required serving the power he once opposed. Each path began with something understandable and became destructive when it refused any obligation beyond itself. Hornigold's choice soon went further than accepting a pardon. He served the Templar Order and helped hunt the pirates whose weaknesses he knew intimately. When I finally pursued him, I was not facing a stranger corrupted overnight. I was facing a former ally who had decided that imposed order was preferable to the uncertainty of freedom. Stopping him did not settle our old argument. He had been right that Nassau could not survive on boasting and rum. I had been right that Rogers's order came with chains. We had both failed to build the difficult middle. Freely chosen duties, strong enough to protect a community without turning into another crown. His death closed the argument between us without solving it. I might have turned to then. I might have returned to Mary and admitted that the observatory was drawing me away from every person I claimed to value. Instead, I decided that Thatch's death proved I needed the prize more urgently. If ordinary strength could not protect us, then I would find extraordinary strength. Loss became another argument for the very pursuit that had helped keep me absent. Bartholomew Roberts understood that part of me. He was the sage the Templars sought, a man carrying knowledge they could not force from anyone else. He never pretended to trust me. I mistook his honesty about that for a form of reliability. We wanted the same destination, and I told myself that shared desire was enough. Adewale saw the bargain clearly. On the Jackdaw's deck, he asked what Roberts would do once he no longer needed a captain, a crew, or a ship. I said I would be ready. He asked whether readiness had saved Nassau, or Thatch, or the trust Mary once placed in me. There was no accusation in his voice. Disappointment is quieter than anger, and for that reason, it can cut deeper. I went with Roberts. The observatory was more terrible in its stillness than any fortress. It did not need fleets or armies. With the crystal skull and a sample of blood, it could reach across distance and strip privacy from a life. The Templars saw order in that power. I had seen profit. Only when I stood near it did I understand that both dreams required the same theft, the right of another person to exist unwatched. Roberts had understood from the beginning. He used my ship, my skill, and my stubbornness to reach what he wanted. Once the path was open, he no longer needed the partnership I had imagined. His betrayal was not sudden. The signs had been present in every warning I dismissed. He simply allowed my greed to carry me to the place where abandoning me became useful. The Templars took me alive. A dead man could not answer questions, and they believed time would make me cooperative. Prison reduced the world to routines set by other men. Doors opened when they chose. Food arrived when they chose. Even sleep became something permitted, rather than owned. For a man who had confused freedom with the absence of obligation, there was bitter justice in learning how completely freedom could be removed. Mary was there too. She had spent years walking into danger with her eyes open, first beneath the name James Kidd, and then under her own. She had offered me truth before I was ready to value it. Now, weakened after childbirth and confinement, she still thought first of escape, of Anne, and of the people beyond those walls. We found our opening, but freedom was not waiting just outside the cell. It had to be crossed toward one painful step at a time. I carried Mary when her strength failed. I remember promising distance, as if the next doorway could repair all the years in which I had not listened. She did not spend her last breath absolving me. She did something harder. She left me with the truth. Mary died before I could carry her into the future she deserved. There is no gentle way to change that sentence. There are only gentle ways to hold it. I remember her weight in my arms, Anne nearby with grief of her own, and the knowledge that all my imagined wealth could not purchase one additional hour. The observatory could find a person across an ocean, yet it could not return the person I had failed to value while she stood beside me. Anne survived, though survival is not the same as being spared. I saw in her face what my grand plans had ignored. Empires and pirate legends are built from words, but loss is carried by individuals. Anne had lost friends, a child, and the future she once expected. She did not need me to explain freedom. She needed me to stop making my ambition the center of every sorrow. When Adewale looked at me afterward, I wanted anger from him. Anger would have allowed me to defend myself. He gave me no such comfort. He had warned me. Mary had warned me. Tabai had warned me. Roberts had hardly concealed what he was. The chain did not begin with bad fortune. It began each time I heard the truth and chose the answer that promised gold. Thatch had paid for believing his legend could outlast the world gathering against him. Hornigold had traded one kind of freedom for another kind of safety. Mary had spent herself protecting a cause larger than her own name. Adewale had served beside me until service without shared purpose became impossible. Their choices were different, but each had accepted that freedom demanded a cost. I had demanded that everyone else pay mine. That understanding did not make me an assassin. It did not make me sober, wise, or worthy. It only removed the last excuse. I could no longer call myself unlucky. I could no longer blame Rogers, Roberts, Torres, or the turning of the age for every empty place around me. They had made their choices, and I had made mine. For a time, that knowledge left me with nothing. No prize ahead could justify the road behind. No boast could fill the silence where familiar voices had been. I had wanted a world without masters, yet I had been mastered by the promise of one more fortune. And so the man I had been came to his end without dying. He sat among the ruins of his own reasons and understood at last that if another life was possible, it would have to begin with responsibility rather than desire. The lanterns on the Jackdaw are low. Great Inagua is quiet behind me, the settlement asleep. I lean against the rail. The water laps against the hull. It is a familiar sound, but tonight it does not feel like the call of the open sea. It feels like the breathing of a home. I used to think freedom was a horizon, something you chased, something that meant leaving behind every tether, every promise, every person who might slow you down. I was wrong. The memory comes to me not as a shock, but as a tide. I see the faces. I hear the voices. I remember the moment I stopped running and started building, after Port Royal, after the observatory, after Mary. I was not a man. I was a wound. I spent my days in a bottle and my nights in the worst parts of Nassau. I picked fights I could not win. I said words I could not take back. I wanted to burn everything down, including myself. The gold I had piled up meant nothing. The ship felt like a cage. Every face I saw reminded me of what I had lost. Anne found me in a tavern. She did not ask me to stop drinking. She did not tell me to pull myself together. She simply sat across from me and waited. When I finally looked at her, she said, "Mary did not die, so you could drown." I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell her she did not understand. But she did. She had lost as much as I had. She had been betrayed by the same people. She had watched the same friends fall. And she was still standing. She stayed with me that night, not as a lover, as a witness. She made sure I survived the night. It was the first act of grace I had received in a long time. She did not try to fix me. She simply refused to let me disappear. The escape from prison had not felt like victory. Atabai had opened a path through the guards, but no one could open the path I had closed within myself. I had carried Mary toward freedom and felt her life leave before we reached it. For months afterward, I treated grief as another enemy I could outdrink, outrun, or silence. Anne's refusal to abandon me changed nothing at once. That mattered. Redemption did not arrive as a single speech or a clean decision made at sunrise. It began with smaller acts, setting down one cup, answering one honest question, looking at the Jackdaw's crew without pretending their losses belonged to someone else. I reviewed the course that had brought us there. The assassin maps I sold in Havana had led soldiers toward people I had never met. My pursuit of Roberts had divided the ship from its quartermaster. My absence had left friends to face dangers while I chased a machine. None of these consequences could be erased by feeling ashamed of them. Responsibility meant doing what remained possible. Robert still possessed the crystal skull. Torres still intended to use the observatory. Woodes Rogers had helped turn the hunt for pirates into a Templar instrument. Stopping them would not purchase forgiveness from the dead, but it could prevent the same hunger for control from reaching more lives. Then Adewale came. He had made his choice. He was an assassin now. He stood before me, and I expected him to condemn me. I had failed him. I had failed the assassins. I had failed everyone. He did not condemn me. He looked at me with a sadness that was worse than any anger. "I see the man you could be," he said. "I have seen him. In the heat of battle, in the quiet moments. He is there. He told me he was leaving the Jackdaw. He was joining the Brotherhood fully. But he left me a path back. He did not burn the bridge. He simply showed me where it led. When you are ready," he said, "you will know where to find us." He walked away. I watched him go. The Jackdaw felt empty without him, but his words stayed with me. He had not given up on me. He had trusted me to find my own way. That trust was a heavier burden than any condemnation. It took time. I had to bleed out the poison of my old life. When I finally sailed to Tulum, I did not know what I would find. I expected hostility. I expected to be turned away. Atabai met me on the beach. He was old. His eyes were tired. But they saw through me. He did not ask me to prove myself. He did not test me. He simply said, "You have come a long way." I told him I wanted to help. I told him I wanted to make amends. He nodded. "The creed is not a set of rules," he said. "It is a way of seeing. You have begun to see." He trusted me. He gave me missions. I tracked down Roberts. I confronted Torres. I did not do it for gold. I did not do it for glory. I did it because it was the right thing to do. I did it because I owed it to Mary. I owed it to Adewale. I owed it to myself. Every step I took was an act of responsibility, not profit. I was no longer a hunter. I was a protector. Roberts was a mirror. He showed me what I could have become. A man with no loyalty beyond his own appetite. He did not serve the Templars. He used them when useful, betrayed them when useful, and meant to keep the observatory's power beyond every cause but his own. I stopped him. I did not enjoy it. I simply ended it. Torres was different. He was a man of conviction. He believed he was saving the world. He was wrong. The observatory was not a tool for salvation. It was a weapon, a chain. After Roberts and Torres were stopped, the observatory was left under protection rather than offered for sale. The knowledge I had once treated as merchandise became a responsibility shared with the assassins. Guarding it could not restore Mary or Thatch, but it ended the pursuit that had consumed so much of my life. In that moment, I understood. The fight was not about power. It was about protection. It was about keeping the world free from those who would watch and control it. I had fought for the wrong reasons for so long. Now I was fighting for the right ones. I came back to Great Inagua. The settlement was still there. The Jackdaw was waiting. I walked through the camp. The men and women who had stayed, they looked at me differently. I was not just their captain anymore. I was their protector. I realized I had built this place for the wrong reasons. I built it as a base, a fortress, a place to store my gold, but it had become something else. It had become a home, a place where people trusted each other, a place where we shared the work and the reward. The Jackdaw was not just a ship. She was the vessel of that trust. Every plank, every sail, every cannon was a testament to the people who had sailed her. The creak of her timbers was not the sound of a possession. It was the sound of a shared life. I had stopped collecting possessions and started building a life. The news came from England. A letter. Caroline was dead. I read it 3 times. The words did not change. She was gone. The woman I had left behind. The woman I had promised to return to. I had spent years chasing a fortune that I thought would make me worthy of her. Instead, I had spent the years themselves. I could not get them back. The gold in my hold could not buy me one more day with her. The freedom I had fought for had cost her everything. Then Jennifer arrived. She was brought to Great Inagua by a man who had been paid to deliver her. She was small. She was angry. She looked at me like I was a stranger, because I was. I did not know how to be a father. I did not know how to be anything but a pirate. I tried to give her things. Gold, clothes, a room. She did not want them. She wanted to know why I had left her mother. She wanted to know why I was not there. I could not answer her, not in a way that made sense. So I stopped trying to buy her trust. I started trying to earn it. I sat with her. I talked to her. I told her about the sea. I told her about the stars. I told her about the mistakes I had made. Jenny did not owe me affection because blood connected us. She had grown up with the absence created by my choices, while I had imagined myself a loyal husband chasing fortune for a family. Her questions returned the story to its simplest truth. Caroline had needed a partner, more than a promise. Jenny had needed a father, more than an inheritance. I could not repair her childhood by explaining the Caribbean. I could only be present for what came next. I learned when she preferred silence, when curiosity overcame caution, and which stories made the distance between us feel smaller. Commanding a deck had taught me to expect quick obedience. Being her father taught me patience without authority. The voyage to England would therefore be different from the voyage that had taken me away. I was not sailing toward an imagined future at the expense of the people beside me. I was sailing with my daughter, responsible for the days themselves. The destination mattered, but not more than the person sharing the passage. It was slow. It was hard. But I began to understand that freedom was not the absence of responsibility. It was the acceptance of it. My freedom had cost Caroline her happiness. I would not let it cost Jennifer her future. I thought of Mary. She was the first person who saw the assassin in me. She believed I could be more than a thief. She paid the ultimate price for my blindness. I carry her with me. I carry her faith. I thought of Thatch. He wanted to be a king. He wanted to rule the new world. He found only a grave. He taught me that ambition without principle is a hollow thing. They were gone, but they were not lost. They lived in the choices I made now, around us. Great Inagua was changing once more. Atabai intended the island to support the Brotherhood, not as a hidden court above ordinary people, but as one refuge among communities the assassins served. The place I had once treated as my private kingdom would continue without belonging to me. Strangely, surrendering that claim did not feel like defeat. It felt like the first proof that I had learned to leave something useful behind. Adewale's path was his own as well. For years I had thought of loyalty as remaining beside the captain. He taught me that a loyal friend may have to depart when conscience points elsewhere. I could honor what we had built together without asking him to remain part of my command. The Jackdaw had begun with 2 prisoners choosing cooperation. Our friendship matured when neither man needed to own the other's future. Anne also chose what came next. She had stood among legends and watched the cost hidden beneath their songs. Her presence at the farewell did not turn loss into celebration. It reminded me that those who survive are allowed to build lives that are more than memorials. We could remember Mary without making every future day a room devoted only to grief. That was the world beyond gold I had failed to imagine as a young man in Wales. It was not a world where wealth removed every fear. It was a life in which value could not be counted only in prizes. A daughter willing to share a table, a friend free to choose another road, a refuge passed to people who would protect others, and a ship remembered for the lives carried aboard her rather than the vessels she defeated. I looked at Jenny sleeping in the cabin. Anne was on deck, humming an old song. Adewale had come back to see us off. He stood by the rail, looking out at the sea. The sun was rising over Great Inagua. The light was warm on the deck. I sat down at the table with Jenny. She was learning to read. She struggled with the words. I helped her. It was a small thing, but it was everything. Anne came and sat nearby. She did not say anything. She just watched. Adewale turned and nodded. This was the farewell, not a dramatic parting, a quiet acceptance. I was not the same man who had sailed into these waters. I had been a hunter. I had been a fool. I had been a ghost. Now I was a father, a friend, an assassin. I chose to sail for England, not because I was running away, because I was going home. I was taking Jenny to a place where she could have a life. I was taking the creed with me. I would carry it forward, not as a weapon, as a promise. Freedom was not the open sea. Freedom was the choice to stay, or the choice to leave, but only when the choice was made for the right reasons. The memory settles. The night is still. The Jackdaw rocks gently. I look at the stars. They are the same stars I navigated by when I was young and foolish. They look different now. I am not free from every obligation. I am free because I have chosen my obligations. I have chosen Jenny. I have chosen the creed. I have chosen to be worthy of the people who believed in me. Tomorrow, we sail for England. Tonight, I am at peace.